of our society. Making scientific knowledge understandable and accessible to our public will increase overall trust in science and research. Of course, as Deputy Minister explained a little ago, uh, scientists played a very crucial role in the pandemic time, and we came out with a lot of scientific understanding of various phenomena, practices, healthcare practices during this crisis time. If we see in recent years, science popularization has become an essential part of the global scientific agenda. Science popularization is highly important in terms of social and economic development of Brics nation. Remember, we represent nearly 40% of the world population, and it is important that we inform our citizens on various aspects of healthcare, education, career guidance, and acknowledge that this society, science popularization, is very important, and we have to take care of this requirement. Now, each one of us, each one of the BRIC country has its own approaches towards popularization of science, technology, and innovation. And all of them are of high value. In India, there are several mandated organizations, and I would like to name a few: National Council for Science and Technology Communication, Vigyan Prasar, which means science communication, then National Institute of Science Communication and Information Resources. They are playing a very, very crucial role in taking science to the masses. They are involved in not only printed media or radio programs, they are doing television program, and now we have launched one OTT channel, OTT Science channel also, and we are planning that there should be 24/7 science program on our national channels, which we are going to do very soon. So these organizations have been mandated to communicate science and technology to the masses, stimulate scientific and technological temper, coordinate and orchestrate such efforts throughout the country. And I think all of us would get an opportunity to listen not only from Indian participants, but also from participants from all BRICS nations about their efforts in these directions. There are several existing mechanisms and institutions for science popularization in India. Communication gap still exists between science and society, which hampers citizens' participation in scientific endeavors. Science communication has potential to bridge these gaps. Hence, there is a need for creating awareness and recognition for science communication as a field of practice, building a strong research ecosystem in the field, developing a mechanism for training and capacity building, networking, and mentoring in this field. Recently, we are working on a new science, technology, and innovation policy. The policy emphasized to work towards mainstreaming science communication throughout the development of capacity building avenues through creative and cross-disciplinary platforms, research initiatives, and outreach platforms. Locally relevant and culturally contextual specific model will be developed along with promoting cross-disciplinary research in science communication. To improve science teaching, engagement between science communication and science pedagogy will be facilitated. Entertainment platforms such as television, community radio, comics will be explored to take science to the last mile. We are also seeking participation of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and civil societies through popular science program and citizen science projects at local and regional level. Science media centers are also to be established at national and regional level to connect scientists with media persons and science communicators. I hope that these 3 days of deliberation of this Brics Science Popularization Forum will allow sharing of state policy on science popularization, existing national mechanisms and approaches applied by science popularizer in each of the country, exchange of practice of legal regulation of science popularization, funding mechanisms, opportunities for international cooperation. I wish this meeting a great success, and I look forward for more exciting feedback from the group, how we could develop Brics collaboration of science communicators. Thank you, and looking forward.
Спасибо большое,
Thanks a lot, Dr. Vashni, for your talk and your reminder of the amount of people who live in our countries. Indeed, if we are all versed in science, then we could say that 1/2 of the world should be well-oriented when it comes to science and technology, and that's what we should be striving for. I'm giving the floor now to Director for the Department of Science and Technology, South Africa, Ms. Pulkam Dapu.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. On behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, South Africa, I would like to thank the International Center for Innovations in Science, Technology, and Education for hosting the Science Popularizers Forum, as well as the Ministry of Science and Higher Education in the Russian Federation. We all would have loved to be in Russia, but the current situation is not yet fully conducive for international travel. I would also like to welcome all presenters and participants. When the proposal by Russia was tabled to the Brics STI Steering Committee, all member countries welcomed the proposal without hesitation. Considering the importance of science for all who live in this earth, the importance to raise awareness of science to the public was regarded as a necessary step to take. Not that science is not currently being popularized, but this forum will serve to discuss pertinent issues that relate to science popularization. Today, you will be sharing different mechanisms that you employ in the dissemination of scientific knowledge and how you foster scientific ways of thinking among people. It should be noted that Brics member countries do join research, and it is incumbent upon them to, among other popularization programs they have, popularize scientific work of the Brics STI through campaigns, which will entail public understanding of science and its relevance to science. The quest to do things differently has encouraged us to meet and share what we worked and what has worked and what has not worked in our different societies. The 2-day discussion will serve as a benchmark for all member countries and also influence the adoption of some science popularization mechanisms. Let us seize this opportunity, walk the journey together, and do what will benefit our societies while we celebrate the Year of Science in Russia. Currently, the entire globe is faced with the COVID pandemic, and this sketch has without a doubt shown that there is a stronger need to increase science popularization programs. The topic has evoked debates from all fronts, and it is the duty of science popularizers to work with their governments and related stakeholders to provide scientifically based information in a simple manner for better understanding in order to make good choices. On this note, I would like to wish all delegates and presenters a very fruitful and engaging deliberation. Thank you.
Спасибо большое за приветствие.
Thanks a lot for your kind words from South Africa. And I'm giving the floor now to Director General
Китайской Народной Республикой вести популяризацию
of the authorized organization in China for science popularization, the Chinese Center for Science and Technological Transfer, Mr. Gao Zhan.
Distinguished Vice Minister Zuzina, heads of delegations, dear speakers and participants. It gives me great pleasure to speak in the opening session of the Brics Science Popularization Forum. First of all, on behalf of the Chinese delegation, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to Russia for the hard preparations and thoughtful arrangement made for this forum. This year marks the 15th anniversary of Brics cooperation. Look back to the journey we have traversed together. Our 5 countries have always adhered to the principles of openness and inclusiveness, treated each other as equal, pursued pragmatic innovation and win-win cooperation, jointly supported multilateralism, actively participated in global governance, and contributed to the rising status and role of emerging economics in the international arena. Science, technology, and innovation, or STI, is an important area of Brics cooperation. Over the years, STI cooperation among Brics countries has achieved fruitful results in the planning for building, innovation policy exchange, joint research projects, and young scientists exchange, and provided important support for scientific and technological progress, economic growth, and social development of 5 countries. At this moment, China and fellow Brics countries all face the urgent needs of managing the COVID-19 pandemic, optimizing the industrial structure, promoting economic growth, and improving people's well-being. China is ready to strengthen coordination, deepen exchanges, and cooperate with the fellow Brics countries in promoting innovation driving development and creating new sources of growth, and the principle of wide consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. Dear participants, in the era when STI is the future, it is important to create a sound social atmosphere of embracing science, learning science, and using science. Through science popularization, it will enable the public to better understand the government decisions based on empirical evidence and make a proper response when faced with global crises like COVID-19. It will also fully unlock the creativity of the people and pave the way for the development of a generation science and technology. Because of this, China has attached a great importance to the participation of the forum. We have organized 30 representatives from government agencies, research institutions, as well as enterprises with rich experience in science popularization practices to participate in the forum. 9 of them will speak in the parallel forum. They will share with their counterparts from Brics countries. Why should the modern countries popularize science? Ways of science popularization strategies in the China, and the science popularization and the COVID-19 changes actually. Dear colleagues, through this forum, I hope we can enhance mutual understanding and friendship. Together, we can improve science popularization practices and capabilities in our respective countries, seek new opportunities for cooperation, and make science popularization a new highlight of STI cooperation among Brics countries. To conclude, I wish the forum a great success. Thank you for all.
Mr. Gauthan, я хотела поблагодарить вас.
Mr. Gauthan, let me thank you for your participation and to congratulate all the participants here from China, and there are quite a few of them, with your great national holiday, the Day of the People's Republic of China. And despite this festivity, you found time to be here with us. Thank you very much for that. And I'm giving the floor now to the representative of Brazil, director for the Department of the Spreading of Scientific and Technological Knowledge of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations of Brazil. And thank you for being able to have come here. Mr. Daniel Lavoros.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. We have been here for 2 days. Nice people, nice city. Thank you for all. I would like to thank the organizer and our dear colleagues from China, India, South Africa and Russia. We are expecting to share our experience for science popularization in Brazil, what we are doing from our best, and we are here to learn with you what you have been doing. We believe we face some common problems. We have a problem of inequality. In some areas we are great development, but in others not so much. Our minister now, he assumed for 2 years, and he is from a humble family. He knows the reality of the students in the vulnerable conditions around the country. So he decided to create a secretariat for articulation and promotion of science. This is a new status for the popularization of science in Brazil. We are here in 3 people. We are from the Department of the Promotion and Dissemination of Science. And so now we have this special support of our minister. He's the first astronaut of Brazil, so he's very charismatic among young people. And we are using this to spread the idea of the need of science popularization. Because our minister, we should take care of the research and technology of the country, but we should be aware of the need of the seed, the souls of the future of this. So we should popularize science to make the common citizen aware of the importance of science, and essentially the students to have more engineers, more scientists in the future. So we should be taking care of basic science, and this is with the children. It's very important to take care of the children. We are very happy to be here, and we are going to share what we have. We are trying to learn with you what you have and for your best. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your kind words. And we are going to break into 2 rooms because the agenda is so intense and the time gaps between the countries are so high that we can only have a 4-hour time slot every day. Part of the work will be happening in this room. For the other session, people have to walk downstairs. And for online participants, you are welcome to switch between the sessions at your discretion, at your choice. And the agenda also includes all of us taking a group photograph, both actual and virtual participants. Let's make a break for just 1 or 2 minutes so that we can have a group photo. Thank you.
Сейчас я прошу вас выбрать ту аудиторию.
Will you please make your choice which of the sessions you are going to attend, this one or the one downstairs? Thank you. We're resuming in a couple of minutes.
Раз, ой, какой громкий звук, ужас, ужас, сейчас так можно убить кого-то звуком. Раз, 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 раз. Можно чуть-чуть сбавить звук, чтобы не было такого инфернального эффекта. А то я чувствую себя каким-то Сауроном. Раз, раз, раз. Ну, я постараюсь тогда подальше от камеры. А вот так слишком... Скажите, так громко? А вот так уже не работает микро. Так лучше, да? Все, тогда начинаем. Здравствуйте, уважаемые гости. Пожалуйста, занимайте места, тот, кто у нас проходит. Мы начинаем наше секционное заседание, и тема наша звучит так. Роль научной популяризации в научно-технологическом развитии стран Брикс. Зачем современному
Why a modern state should go and popularize science, and what kind of an effort that should be? Or, in a plainer language, what we do is popularization of science. What's the point of having us around? Just a philosophical question, if you remember the Strugatsky brothers.
Зачем нужно популяризировать науку,
Why?
когда...
What's the point of having us? Because there are schools with their lessons and textbooks, or lectures and textbooks for colleges,
А зачем нужно рассказывать о науке широко?
research, scientific magazines, but why science should be popularized?
Однозначного ответа.
And actually, there is not a simple answer to that. Quite often, governments would respond by saying this: we need to popularize science so that more talented people should go in for science and technology. You must have heard that more than once. But then there is a question. If a young person who is fond of science, haven't read our articles or books, went in for medicine, becoming teachers, taxi cab drivers, so our efforts had been lost, wasted. Presumably not. Maybe something else is happening there. And because of popularization of science, the community is changing somehow, and that is what we're going to discuss this today. I have some good news, apart from Russia having some good weather here, at least in Moscow. So this is the issue 1 of the magazine entitled Schrödinger's Cat. No one has seen it yet. I nearly stole it from a car driving to the printer to show you that this is a bright and colorful way to popularize science for a widest possible audience. But let's get back to the question why. What's the point of popularizing science? And I'm giving the floor to Vice President of Russian Academy of Sciences, Mr. Rem Khokhlov.
Так, можно ли вывести Алексея?
Well, he is connected. Can we put him on the screen, please?
Так, небольшая пауза. Сейчас, очевидно, пытаются связаться с Алексеем Ремовичем. У него просто очень много заседаний, лекций, и поэтому он физически не смог сюда приехать. Но
Rem seems to be too busy to attend here personally. Welcome. We're about to connect the sound.
Прием, прием, Алексей Ремович. Слышно ли нас?
With us, can you hear us?
Нет, не слышно.
No, we cannot hear you yet.
За связь, пожалуйста. Помогите нам.
Please help us to connect.
К сожалению,
Okay, the sound is right now.
во-первых, я хотел бы извиниться, у меня
First
действительно
of all,
через
colleagues, I would like to apologize. I have only 9 minutes before the next conference that I need to attend, so I'll have to disconnect at some point. But I hope that I will have a chance before that to say a few things which will be useful. Well, let's start with the first question that Gregory put. Why do we need popularization of science? Well, for a number of reasons. And one of them, Grigory mentioned that, and that is the emphasis on the young generations learning about science. We want young people to know what science is all about. We want them to be excited about science, to understand how science changes our life and the world around us. So this is where it starts, with the initial exposure to science. This is how young people start their journey that will lead them to becoming scientists or teachers of science. And this is why the science festivals are so important. We are in a process of conducting the 15th Festival of Science under the Moscow State University. This is to have young people interested. But not only that. Again, as Grigory rightfully mentioned, this is important for the whole society, not only the younger generation. In particular, because we are now living through what can be called information explosion. On a daily basis, people are exposed to all kinds of information in great quantities, and it's important to be able to identify information which is useful and which is valuable, because there's a lot of information that has to be checked and cannot be trusted immediately. So we need people to have and apply science-based approach to be able to distinguish from correct and truthful information from one which is false and deliberately falsified. This is why we need to educate the society. This is why we need to popularize science. Over the recent years, the Russian Federation has been doing a lot of effort in that respect. Just about 20 years ago, science popularization was viewed as of secondary importance compared to science as such. But now, scientists share the view that it is very important to tell the society, tell the public about their achievements, as well as to explain people how to behave in certain situations or under certain circumstances. Just one obvious example, the pandemic situation that we lived through and the lessons that we learned from it. In the very beginning, there was so much trash that was exchanged between all kinds of people, all kinds of false information that was communicated, and that was overcome just because scientists made special effort to communicate knowledge about the pandemic itself, about the virus and how to address it. This is done to various degree of success. Some countries have more progress, others are lagging behind, but it is now that we need to apply great effort in order to persuade everyone in all countries to get vaccinated against COVID-19. And this is a very important mission for scientists, to explain why it is important, to explain that the concerns that are often voiced by the public are not scientifically grounded. Other things such as climate change and global warming, these are areas around which we hear so much pseudo-scientific debate and false information. And again, the scientist's mission is to communicate the right, correct information which is based on scientific facts. As I said, Russia has been doing a lot in this respect. I mentioned the science festival. Different kinds of lectures are delivered. There are scientific journals that are published, and they are, by the way, more in demand than before. For example, the science, the Truthful Scientist Prize is one that was delivered through a number of years. Under the Russian Academy of Science, we have a commission for popularization of science, which awards a prize to some of the most understanding representatives of science popularization profession. And this is what we will be doing more in future. It is our position that popularization is a creative activity. It is a mission that scientists need to learn and get motivated about, so that they would popularize their knowledge and communicate their knowledge to both the younger generation as well as the rest of the public. And I'm happy to see that more and more people in Russia understand this mission. And I can tell you that popularization of science is developing and expanding in Russia. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm about to be disconnected. Thank you very much. And the next speaker will be Maxim Krongaus, first deputy chairman of the Commission for Higher Education and Science of the Civic Chamber of Russia. But frankly speaking, I personally know Maxim more as a scientist and science popularizer and linguistics popularizer. He's one of the first scholars in humanities who showed us how to talk to the public to popularize research results. Are you with us, Maxim? Yes, I'm connected. We are talking about around the question why society needs popularization of science, and Maxim has just outlined two things. One is to be able to distinguish between true information and false information, and second, to be able to behave the right way during the pandemic. Do you agree with him, or can you add something to that list? Well, I have a lot to add, but in fact, yes, I agree with that. Reasonable behavior is typical of scientists, but not always. What you mentioned just now are very specific goals. I think we are not only focusing on popularization, but also on the authority that is associated with science. Scientists tell me to get vaccinated, and I go and get vaccinated. And it's not exactly about knowledge itself, but trust as well. Popularization is what serves to build this trust. We tend to trust the medical profession because they tell us what to do and how to do it, and we do trust them without knowing the mechanisms ourselves. But let me rather go away a little bit from your questions. I'd like to talk about the way that science is popularized in this country. And I will say some things which are not readily translated into English, but I hope that translators will do it. I would say that Russia today grew out of another country which used to be called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or the Soviet Union. And we need to be aware that in the Soviet Union, popularization of science was a well-developed area of activity. It was consistently supported by the government and funded, and the image of science and scientist and popularizer was always positive. It was a very respected profession. Let me just mention a few names and titles which are very familiar to the Russian ear or Soviet ear, which people outside Russia may not know about. First of all, I would like to mention books by Perelman and Bronstein, and authors such as Marshak and Chukovsky, who wrote books for children, also contributed to science popularization. Had a lot of popular science magazines that were read by hordes of both children and adults. Life and Science, Knowledge is Power, Chemistry and Life, Quantum, and others. And we also had the Knowledge Society with a big cohort of lecturers who were lecturing all over the country. Sometimes that was formalistic, but they were very good and competent lecturers who were scientists as well. But in the 1990s, we experienced a collapse of our social and political and social system, which also affected the way that science was treated. Science as profession lost its prestige and respect. That was time when many Russian researchers left the country, emigrated, or just stopped doing science at all because they were not paid enough, or because there was very little opportunity to do real science in a serious way. And that was time where popularization was entirely out of the question. And more than that, those researchers that continued to do their work tended to mistrust any popularization efforts. Popularization was not profitable, not even financially profitable, but it was not respected by scientific community. But on the other hand, the public, the society was not interested about popularization. It was only in the middle of the first decade of this century when popularization started to recover. And that was like explosion. Scientific lectures were increasingly popular, both about natural science and social sciences. More and more books were published, and by the way, this is when I contribute to popularization of my own scholarly discipline, which is linguistic, and I witnessed situations when scientific books became bestsellers. Popularizer became a profession again, and the attitude towards this profession was changing. At the same time, we started to have more and more of activities such as scientific festivals, scientific awards, and there was a lot of sponsorship from regional governments as well as president and other institutions. So popularization was on the rise. New websites were created that were contributing to popularize science, post-science, Arzamas, and others. Attitudes towards popularization within the scientific community also changed. If I can go back to commercial comparisons, that also became, so to speak, profitable because you could earn points for your scientific work and popularization. It was a matter of prestige, and the public again recognizes and respects popularizers. Those scientists who do not talk to the public, end
порой
up unnoticed, and lecturers and popularizers are now gather millions of viewers. So why did it happen that over just a short period of time, such as 10 or 15 years, popularization has recovered so much? This was a very spectacular and even unexpected phenomenon. It seems that in the previous period, the collapse and destruction period, the society became hungry for scientific word. We were in the process of recreating our value system. It seems that the society still has the memory of scientists as people who should be respected, who know the truth and who protect the truth. So we have experienced a society which was destructive, and the question was, who else can be trusted, who else can talk truth to us? And it seems that it is exactly the scientists, the scientific community, even though it is small, that can be really trusted. So over this period, 10 to 15 years, a large number of research institutions emerged, as well as events such as festivals, lectures, and forums, both online and offline, the websites which publish lectures as videos, newspapers, radio stations, and TV channels have columns or programs which are dedicated to science, and of course internet is full of scientific content. In other words, science popularization has become a very important public value which the society itself supports, and the government, after some delay, also added its share of support. If we go back to the objectives that we started with, I would say there are traditional popularization values, such as explaining the goals and objectives of science to the governments and to the public. Popularization also helps to build a positive image of the scientist, strengthening the respect to science by just explaining what scientists do. And also a very important goal is to attract the younger generation to do science. This is why science popularization is important as a tool with respect to young students, school students, children. Another popularization credo is to oppose superstition and lack of knowledge, and this is especially obvious in the pandemic situation. But I would like to also mention another essential aspect of popularization, which makes popularization today entirely different from what it was in the Soviet times.
What happens today, although in a sense that used to happen before, but that was not so profound or major. Today, popularization creates a new intellectual environment. A person acts based on thoughts, not only trusting an authority, what I started my talk with earlier on. Popularization is more than just a go-between between science and society, with bringing the scientific results to the knowledge of the people. To a large degree, we are talking about the way of educating people of various ages. Popularization for the young people has become a priority today because It is young people who we can still possibly educate and train. And I know from my own experience, not only young people come to my lectures, older people do it so. So popularization has been creating intellectual environment and intellectual communications, creating an environment to continue further. That's why that is necessary. And those new people become new readers and listeners. In other words, science popularizers create an environment where science is popular, where new scientific ideas can be generated. And by the way, that had an effect on the content. Previously, natural sciences used to be the core of that, but since recently, liberal sciences have come to the forefront, including philological, linguistical, even philosophical studies. And it appears that now that popularization is not enough to encompass the new phenomenon. I'm afraid this will defy translation. Enlighteners, that's a kind of a new word. I'm not referring to the well-known historic events of the 18th century, but then there is a new phenomenon and a new word now, enlightening and enlighteners. And what we're talking about there is, well, I may be exaggerating this issue a little bit, but for instance, after a lecture, someone approached me asking, well, I'm a mechanic. What's the point of me listening to your lecture? Am I going to be a better mechanic having heard your lecture on the Russian language? Possibly not, but that's another question that is relevant. What kind of society we would like to live in? An intellectual society or anti-intellectual or non-intellectual society? Mechanical work would hardly improve because of them having some knowledge in linguistics, but those human beings would be better, and maybe even their professional progress could depend on that. What about the role of the state? We have seen various actors there, the government, the state, and the general public, popularizers, scientists, young people, children as objects of popularization, each one having their own tasks and objectives. But overall, I think the key question there would be this one. Is the state interested in having an enlightened society, intellectual society? For instance, a radical situation about these pandemics shows that it is more difficult to control or manage the intellectuals, but it is easier to come to terms with them by creating an intellect-driven communication. If a society is stricken with prejudice, it is much more difficult to do. What about the methods that the state can use? Very briefly, given the specific features of the existence and development of Enlightenment or science popularization in Russia, we should mention that the state should support what has been created or what the society or community would care to create, without trying to destroy that by creating something more powerful and more state-driven. That is why I would call, in a nutshell, I would call on the state not to destroy, but find the basis in what the society had created spontaneously, institutions and actions and everything around science and science popularization. Thank you. Let me stop at this.
Большое спасибо, Максим
Thanks a lot,
К сожалению, российские
Maxim. Unfortunately, Russian citizens had to learn the word enlightener because it was included in the amendments to the Education Act, which caused a lot of negative response from the society. And thanks to the efforts of this civic chamber, those amendments had been mitigated a little bit. Thank you, this civic chamber, for having done that. And I'm giving the floor now to Daniel Lavoros, representing the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations of Brazil. Actually, I'm envious of Brazil, let me admit this. I have a Brazilian popular scientific journal lying on my table. It is much bigger than our magazine is, and its circulation is huge compared with ours. You have the floor, please.
Thank you. Oh, now you can hear me. Sorry. I would like to say I loved your Shutters and Cat magazine. And maybe, just maybe, the magazine is not here with you anymore. It's in Brazil to be translated. And I will use some slides. Okay, that's here. Here I can manage my slides. I don't know how to use this. I need some help here. How can I pass the slides?
Я воспользуюсь паузой
Let me
и
use this pause to hand over the first print of this magazine. I just took it from the printer.
Thank you very much. Now our task is to translate into Portuguese. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have been here hearing some interesting things here about popularization of science. And one point we took attention, special attention in Brazil, we are talking about reading books of science. Our great problem is to inspire our children that in the way they want to read this kind of book, in the way they want to read something, because they hate teachers, they hate school, and they hate science. This is the problem. This is the real problem. When they want to read something, such a magazine, our problem is solved. In our point of view, 99% of the way, it's already done. And so the challenge we have to face strongly is this kind of literacy in our population. Basic math and basic science illiteracy among youngsters and among the common citizens. It's essential that we invest in popularization of science, not only because we must have in the future more engineers or scientists. Of course, we need that. In Brazil, in 2030, if we don't do anything, we will have at least 1 million positions. It's a gap because no professionals for this kind of job. And we have universities of graduating engineers, graduating more physicians. The problem is that the students that in the entrance of the process, when they enter universities, they are not well prepared. They don't know basic math as well as they should do. This is a big problem because the number of universities is growing, but the quality of the engineers we are graduating is not so good. Other problem is that popularization of science should address the common citizens because we need them to be aware of the importance of the science. And in this way, we will have a parliament that is a sample of the society committed with science. Because with the common citizen, that they vote. If they don't know the importance of science, so the parliament will not represent science, we will not have budget to support science. So we should address this question too. We should be wanting to popularize science to the common citizen to make them aware of the importance of the science. Because usually the common citizens, they only know the importance of science when we have a lack of science. If the lights are off or we don't have internet, then everybody knows, oh, this is science, I need science to survive. Science is everywhere in my day. We need to explain this when we are watching TV or using a mobile. Science is very important, and the common citizens should be aware of that. We don't just simply not buy a mobile in the store and it works. We need hard work for this stuff to work out. Okay, I'm moving to some slides here. This first slide is just for our institutional organization of the minister and our special secretariat for articulation and promotion of science. Here is our secretariat and the two departments. We are in the department of the right. We are 3 people here, me, Daniel Lavoros. I am an aeronautical engineer, but I am a basic educating teacher in math and physics during all my life. We have here also with me Silvana Kopseski, and he is formerly math and science teacher too in another state in Brazil. And he holds a NASA scholarship because he brought to Brazil the IASC, the International Astronomical Search Collaboration. We call in Brazil the hunting of asteroids. And we have here too Roberto Freitas. He's a lawyer, and formerly he's director of the technological park in Sorocaba. It's too close to São Paulo, our greatest state. So it's in the end of the way, trying to convert this knowledge into innovation, startups. This is the role of Roberto. Silvana deals especially with the popularization of science, and Roberto is responsible for the promotion of science education. So we have a whole department committed to do such things. This is our minister, and as I was saying, he came from a humble family, so he gives us full support in this role, and he's participating effectively in a lot of programs we are delivering. A lot of his time is involved with children, not only for this kind of picture. We have been with him last week, and 20% of his time is like this, with one children or a lot of children, and ceremonies, promoting science Olympiads or something like this. So he believes. This is our map of our linked units of our Ministry of Science and Technology in Brazil. And something I have already spoken here about the gap. We call this 1462 gap because Brazil is now 14th in science publications, but we are only the 62 in patents. And so this is a point we should be addressing in Brazil. Of course, this is a capacity building problem, but we are not going to solve this in the entrance of the universities. We should be addressing this in the base of the pyramid. Okay. Here we have some programs of our linked units. This is from our Brazilian Center of Physical Center. It's a wall, and we call this a graffiti wall. This is a big wall in Rio de Janeiro. It's a place everybody can see, a lot of cars pass through. So it's very interesting because then we can show everybody the importance of science, and people what's this? This is interesting. We have to put science in the daily lives of the people, in the way they can somehow be curious, interested in what's happening. So this is being a success of CBPF. These projects we call Astro Educators. This is the translation. It's an online courses because we have to teach our teachers how to address the problem of lack of curiosity of our students. This is the main problem, not only to qualify our teachers in the way they have the domain of the content they are trying to pass, but we have to rescue the self-esteem of these teachers. Teachers, they want to rescue the bright in the eye of their students, because if they not rely on their students, it's a snowball. Students don't rely on their teachers, and so we know it's going on, and this is the problem. So we have to identify one teacher capable of making this happen in every city, and we have 5,700 cities in Brazil. This is our goal. This is a project from National Observatory. It's another linked unity of our ministry. It's working very good. This is another project from Popularization of Science from CNEPEM. CNEPEM is responsible for the part of energy and materials. Recently, we have Sirius, which is the highly complex infrastructure of science ever constructed in Brazil. It's based on synchrotron light, and it's very difficult to explain society why do we need something like this. What's the role of Sirius in our lives? And so CNEPEM is doing a great job with virtual tours, on open days, especially for schools in the nearby, and trying to make the society aware of what's going on in that building. This is another project. This is a beautiful project. It's, the name is Sky at your home, because of course we can have remote telescopes and give access to schools to use them. But what if I can have in my screen an image of Jupiter? I can just go to Google and search for an image of Jupiter. But if I have professional and amateur astronomers commenting this, then the engagement is much. So this is already happening. It's conducted by the researcher Josina from the Observatório Nacional. It's a very beautiful project. We have the honor and the privilege to participate, and it took 4 hours. Well, I'm here for 4 hours because the engagement, astronomers from everywhere of the country. So I am in Maceió, but the sky now is cloudy here, so I cannot show you Saturn. No problem. We have now with João, he is in Brasilia, and the sky is clear in Brasilia. João, show us something. Oh, I have the moon here. Then you can see the moon and comment something about the topology of the moon, and we are learning something. It's a common conversation among people. So this is growing, this is working out. It's a beautiful project. This is another phenomenon in Brazil. We have this young astronomer called Nicole. We call her Nicolinha. She is just 8 years old, and he's a digital influencer. But our digital influencers usually to be soccer players or artists. Why can't we have digital influencers for science and use these to popularize science? Nicolinha is close to our minister in a daily basis because we have a lot of children following Nicolinha in the social networks. So we should use this kind of channel to address, to have capillarity in the country. And Nicolinha is Now she's famous in the US too. He's making a great job for us. This is another project, very interesting. It's called Future Scientists. This is devoted to for women in science, for girls in science. There is a great lack of girls in engineering and science. So this is a project from CETENI. CETENI is another linked unit of our minister, and it's strategic studies for the northeast region. In the northeast region of Brazil, except the coast, we have a desert, something like a desert. So it's a region that is less developed than the other parts of the country. Then we have a specific unit there studying the problems of the region, and they are doing a great job expanding. They have support from non-governmental institutions, and these programs is growing. We are trying to expand. The director of the institution of CETENI is fully committed. She is leading the project, Giovanna, and this is the historic of the project until now, and something about the structures and sponsors. Now they have a lot of sponsors. They are expanding through universities among the northeast of Brazil. We have 5 big regions in Brazil. This is already happening in the northeast. So we try to learn from one project, and our role as a minister is to realize what kind of project is working well and try to spread the idea all over the country. The same we are trying to do here. We want to learn from you what is working very well in China, in India, in Russia, and try to replicate these programs in Brazil. This is another program, Maker Brazil program. We would like very much to put this culture in the schools because our classes are on medieval era. We have boring classes, teachers on the board, students. How can we compete with internet? It's very difficult. We need more practical classes. So we need this program Maker. And we have an alignment with the National Plan of Education. We have an alignment with IONU Sustainable Goals. We have an alignment with our National Strategy for Science and Technology. And this is the motivation, of course. The traditional method is not working anymore. So we have to try to put something. Our minister is himself committed, try to change the schools in the way that we need basic subjects in the schools. We need to learn, okay, math, physics, biology, Portuguese, English, but on the other hand, we should be motivating our children to know how to use, know something about Internet of Things, deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence, how to introduce these kind of subjects in the basic school and use these to motivate our students to narrow this lack in basic math and basic science. This is the role. Okay, Roberto is responsible for this project. We are going to put a lot of energy on it because our minister himself, he believes a lot in the potential of this program. So this is just some examples what we are doing in Brazil. Thank you.
Спасибо вам большое.
Well, thank you very much.
Так, давайте перейдем к следующему выступающему.
And now it's time
Это
we invite the next speaker, Parveen Arora, Department of Science and Technology of India.
получается ли выйти на связь?
Do we have connection?
Он здесь был?
Was he here?
А, вот.
Hello.
Oh, okay, we have you.
Добрый день.
Hello.
Hello. Greetings from India.
Да, мы вас слышим, все, спасибо.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Hello. Let's start.
Да-да-да, спасибо.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Можно начинать.
We can start.
Are you able to see the screen?
Нет, мы видим только вас.
No, we only see you, not your presentation.
Hello, greetings from India.
Большое спасибо, что согласились выступить.
Thank you for responding to our invitation. We still do not see your screen.
Hello. Shall I start?
Да-да-да, вы можете начинать. Единственное,
Yes, you can start, but we do not see your presentation on the screen. Do you have a presentation?
Full screen, okay.
О, появилась презентация.
Yes, we have it now.
Is it okay?
Окей, можно начинать.
Yes, it's okay, and we can start.
Okay, once again, greetings from India. I am Dr. Praveen Arora, scientist and head National Council of Science and Technology, Communication. But cannot hear. Are you not able to hear me or hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Okay, once again, greetings from India. I am Dr. Praveen Arora, Head National Council of Science and Technology. National Council of Science and Technology Communication, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, India. The topic of my presentation is Science Popularization in India, National Mechanisms, Policies and Challenges. Shall I start again?
Yes.
Yes, we can start. Please do.
So the topic of my presentation is Science Popularization in India, National Mechanisms, Policies and Challenges. So we know that science popularization has become important with the advancement of science and technology and innovation in this new global order, particularly
we see that there is issues of sustainable development, scientific diplomacy in emergent situations like pandemics, and there are also issues of ethics in science, which require science popularization and communication at various levels for varied stakeholders. So thus it becomes very important to see the role of science popularization in the national context, the thrust in the national context, the thrust imparted, the support mechanisms, and the key milestones. So if we see India, though known for its science culture since ancient times, so had a rich historical context of science heritage. Yeah, scientific research in fields such as mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and material science has been carried out in the ancient times. So we don't have much to say on the science communication during that period. But here I would like to present a glimpse when the India became independent in 1947, and also a period before 1947, a little before 1947. So what was the status or support mechanisms for science research and education, So at that point of time, we would like to look at what was the national thrust. So see, if we look into the period or time phrase of pre-independence, like prior to 1947, we see that S&T was required to mitigate hunger, disease, poverty, superstition, dogmas, and so that was the situation of the social context or the context. And then there were scientific education services and industries which were being promoted in the country. So in the third column, if you see there are support mechanisms and key milestones. So at that point of time, we had established select institutions, particularly in the area of survey, mapping and meteorology, agriculture, the field of medical. We had National Institute of Medical Health, uh, on neurological sciences, on medical NIMHANS. We had one institute on Pasteur Institute. We had working on TB, working on antibiotics. We have a Pasteur Institute in southern India. And then the formation of, and it led to the formation of Indian Council of Medical Research in 1911. So there were universities established at Madras, Calcutta, Mumbai, Allahabad, Lucknow, and in 1911 it was the Indian Institute of Science. And for industrial research, we had Council of Scientific and Industrial Research set up in 1942. We have few societies such as Asiatic Society of India, Indian Association for Cultivation of Science, and industry primarily was flouted by family-owned enterprises like Birla, Tata's, Dabur. And there was some amount of science and technology in the area of textiles, agriculture, chemicals, etc. So that was the state of affairs prior to 1947. Now, here if we see after the World War II period, the focus was more for science globally, science for peace and development. And we see some beginning, being made in the form of Indian Science Congress Association coming up in 1940. There was a publication started on Vigyan Science 1950 by Vigyan Parishad.
Парвин, sorry, у нас очень жесткий регламент.
Sorry, Parvin. We have a very tight schedule, so we'll have to shorten your presentation. We're very sorry.
Radio for public broadcasting in 1936 coming up. Interestingly, we had a working group on scientific research set up by Indian Science Congress in 1939. And we also saw the advocacy of the term scientific temper being popularized by the first PM, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, through his book called Discovery of India. So we see a lot of efforts coming.
Парвин, большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. I love that book. I have it on my bookshelf, Discovery of India. But sorry, we have a very tough time limit. We're limited on time because we have to fit all the time slots in every time zone. So I have to use my function of a moderator to interrupt you.
So these were some.
Так, ну, кажется, связь с Индией прервалась.
Well, I think we've lost the link with India.
Вот, но книжка Неру, правда, очень замечательная.
But
Всем
the book by Nero is really remarkable. I highly recommend to read it. Thank you, Parvin, if you can hear me. And I'm giving the floor over to Zhao Jia, China,
который представляет китайский...
who represents the Chinese Center of
Вообще Китай — это страна, которая в России
Science and Technology Exchange. China is very enviable for people in Russia because the Chinese state seems to have been making huge investments in S&T popularization, and we're going to know why and how the Chinese state helps popularize science. Good morning or good afternoon.
So, shall I start? Hello, everyone.
Да,
can you
yes,
hear me?
yes.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. I am Zhang Jia from China Science and Technology Exchange Center. Well, over the past 2 decades, our agency has been supporting the Ministry of Science and Technology of China in carrying out science education planning, implementing science popularization activities, as well as communicating China's science and technology to the rest of the world. Well, it is my great honor to share China's practices towards creating a better innovation ecology through science popularization on the parallel forum. Well, innovation ecology is about taking an ecological perspective to re-examine the innovation atmosphere of enterprises, communities, and countries. Well, in my point of view, to improve the innovation ecology is to build an innovation climate. In reference to the theme of this forum, I would like to talk about the importance of science popularization and how it helps optimizes innovation ecology. Well, President Xi Jinping in our country once remarked, scientific and technological innovation and science popularization are the dual means of achieving innovation-driven development, and they deserve equal importance. Well, in countries strong in science and technology, the scientific quality and innovation climate of their citizens are very high and are highly positively correlated. Well, this correlation is also reflected among Chinese cities. Here, I just want to take Beijing and Shanghai as an example. Well, they are precisely the cities that attach the greatest importance to science popularization in China, and they are just the cities with the highest per capita annual funds for popular science. And they are the cities with the largest number of popular science venues and the most in-depth popular science work in China. Well, dear everyone, so what did China do in science education to optimize the innovation ecology? Let me give you several examples. Well, firstly, we create popular science topics and build a scientific atmosphere through large-scale mass activities. For example, the Science and Technology Week of China is an annual event that started from the year 2001. Such activities has brought popular science closer to people's daily life. Just last year, over 50 media reported on the event through news release, live streaming, short videos, and even hashtags, which could be very easily accepted by the teenagers. The event also opened 7 live events in TikTok, which got over 480 million views. And the number of interactive participants reached more than 100 million. It has exerted very great influence in the whole society. And the power of science and technology went viral all over China during the week. Well, compared with 10 years ago, the focus of science popularization has now shifted to making innovation as the most popular social culture. We believe that it is of great social value to make researchers the most respected stars in the society. Well, the second case is about how to make full use of the existing scientific research resources to promote popular science education and build an innovation climate. Well, if you go to any primary school in China and ask any student what you want to be when you grow up, I bet more than half of them will probably give you the same answer, scientist. So apart from the influence of popular culture, popular science activities such as laboratory opening may be the main reason for researchers to go deep into popular science education activities. So each year, during the Science and Technology Week, tens of thousands of laboratories in China are open to parents and children for participating in various popular science activities. But the best part of this kind of opening is that it brings science and technology one step closer to our daily life and grows the interest of science among teenagers. With the most easily accepted and understood visual methods, they have inspired teenagers' thinking, stimulated their spirit of exploration and creative inspiration, and brought up a new generation with scientific spirit, creative wisdom, and pioneering ability that meets the requirements of the time. Well, in China, we also put our eyes on scientific and technological innovation atmosphere in remote and poor areas. This leads to my third case. Every year, the Ministry of Science and Technology, together with several government ministries and commissions, will go to the countryside to spread scientific literacy and even medical knowledge. Well, there is an old Chinese saying goes, it is better to teach fishing than to offer fish. So with the development of science and technology, ecology, and increasingly low-cost and universal internet facilities, people in poor areas are also aware of the importance of science and technology. At the end of November last year, national poor counties in China had all shaken off poverty, and China achieved a fundamental victory in tackling poverty. We could not have come so far without harnessing the role of science and technology, and not even the role of science popularization. And then we'll come to the fourth part. In terms of international exchange and cooperation of popular science, China has put in place a series of popular science activities or organizations, such as the Belt and Road Initiative Popular Science Exchange, dialogue between directors of Chinese and foreign science and technology museums in Beijing, and International Ocean Science Agents. Well, with a very open mind, we carry out cooperation and exchanges and open up communication channels between China and the world. Well, this year, we will hold a science popularization seminar online. So we are willing to invite experts of Brics countries join us. So don't forget it, this December. Well, during the prevention and control of the COVID-19 epidemic, China's research and development efforts and epidemic prevention measures were echoed by the whole public. But this cannot be achieved without a successful implementation of science education on COVID-19. The input and efforts in this regard also prompt people to better comply with the government's anti-epidemic policy. Well, due to the time pressure, I will stop here. So we look forward to sharing best practices and ways of popular science education with experts from Brics countries, so that relevant institutions in Brics countries are able to build a stronger network and identifying more opportunities for cooperation. So let's work together towards a more favorable innovation ecology. Thank you.
Джон, большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. Can I use my position of a moderator to ask you an immodest question? Can you tentatively assess the size of Chinese government spending on popularization of science? Thank you. How much money the Chinese government spends on that?
In per year? You mean per year, sir?
Да. Ну, или про...
That's right. Well, annual amount or anything. A colleague of mine said that the Chinese government budget has a separate line item, public expenditure on science popularization. Is that true?
Okay, so don't worry about that. So I think one of my colleagues on the parallel forum 3, Mr. Ren will get this kind of questions for you, and we will have definite numbers for all the audience.
Спасибо. Ну, давайте попробую еще раз, может, действительно сказать. Каков примерно годовой расход?
Could you give an approximate amount of the government money in China on science popularization, not on science, but on measures to popularize science? How much money the Chinese government spends on that? Thank you.
Connect. Так, может быть, действительно связь. Слышно ли меня?
Was the question audible? Could you hear the question, please? Could you hear the question, please? The moderator is asking the question. Can you hear him? Can you hear the translation of the question?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we got the question. So just a minute.
We couldn't hear you well. Can you repeat your answer to the question? What is the government spending on popularization of science in China in a year? Approximately.
Can you hear me? Can you
Sorry?
hear me?
Yes, annual. Approximately. And could you please also speak closer to the microphone?
So, is this time, can you hear me very clearly? I mean, China's put for the science popularization per year is 16.1 billion renminbi per year. So can you hear me? So that's the data in the year 2018. So can you hear me? 16.1 billion renminbi per year. I mean, the data is for the year 2018.
Спасибо большое.
Thanks a lot.
Видите, все-таки это действительно связь. Спасибо большое, Джоан, и я передаю слово.
Thank you very much. I'm giving the floor now over to our last speaker during this session.
У нас еще один континент остался, это Южная Африка, и доктор Виджей Редди, и доктор Сайер Паркер из Совета по исследованиям в области гуманитарного наук. Виджей Сайер,
Vijay, Sire, are you connected?
I am connected. Hi, good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you. Thank you for the time and thank you for the opportunity to share some of our thoughts with you. As I bring up my screen and begin to share the presentation that we have put together, I want to just reflect for a moment on the presentations by our colleagues from Brazil, from Russia, from India, and from China, where we saw in many ways the different applications of science popularization at different levels of society. And in effect, as researchers, we come into this conversation to close the loop, in effect, to try and measure, to try and understand, to try and quantify the public relationship with science. And in doing that in South Africa, we've put together a national survey which goes to field in the next year. And we wanted to share with you some of the thoughts that we had in respect of the survey. So to answer the first question, why is it in fact important that we need to understand public views on science? How many around the room would understand that there's a deep-set personal, economic, and even political motivation for developing a society that is actively aware and engaged in scientific activities. And therefore, the purpose of our survey is not only to measure, but also to understand the uniqueness of what is in very many ways a social fingerprint for the South African public relationship with science. To do this, we want to obviously understand some of the key drivers behind behavioral and attitudinal change. Now, our partners in much of this work, the Department of Science and Innovation, leads a system-wide monitoring and evaluation of science engagement and science popularization in South Africa. And this aims through multiple policy and operational interventions to create a sustainable, but also a co-produced series of science cultures that remains inclusive and representative of this uniqueness that's embedded within South Africa, not only in contemporary South Africa, but also the legacy of history that we carry with us within our very young democracy. So from a domestic policy context, we've seen an evolution from the White Paper on Science and Technology in 1996, the Science Engagement Strategy and its related monitoring and evaluation framework in 2015 and 2017. And then the most recent addition is the White Paper on Science, Technology and Innovation in 2019, which in very many ways recommitted the department and the government to creating a society that is knowledgeable, informed, but also engaged and critically aware of developments within South Africa. Now, COVID-19 highlighted a key moment globally, not only for science popularization and science communication, but also an opportunity to stop and reflect about the varied nature, skill sets, and attitudes that exist amongst audiences. And this rests at the very heart of the research that we are doing. In 2020, the Science Engagement Monitoring and Evaluation Impact Indicator Framework was developed, which in certain respects aims to measure the extent to which the science engagement and popularization program is realizing its ambitions. On the right of your screen, you'll see a publication from 2020, and the link to download that is available on your screen as well. From the Science Engagement Monitoring and Evaluation Impact Indicator Framework, 5 impact measures were developed, and these have been designed to include 26 indicators. On the right of your screen, you'll see these 5 impact measures, which we have, in certain senses, come to see as parts of the multidimensionality which exists when trying to understand this public relationship with science. And it's important to remember that much of this indicator framework is designed not only to incorporate primary data, but also administrative data using the National Science Engagement Information Management System, which aims to collate a lot of this information across various bodies and actors across the national system of innovation in South Africa. So this, as I said earlier, colleagues, aims to look at a system-wide science performance management approach. It looks at citizens' attitudes and perceptions of science, citizens' confidence in science and science institutions, scientific literacy, a concept that many of us are familiar with and obviously not without much debate and conversation, citizens' knowledge of general and specific science issues, as well as citizen science engagement behavior. And so all of this constitutes much of the system-wide engagement and system-wide measurement that will be happening across the term of the survey and the periodicity of the survey, which we intend to operationalize over a 5-year period. Now, the survey rests on more than 60 years worth of scholarship within this area. Questionnaires from a variety of contexts, from a variety of linguistic groups, from a variety of countries, have been consulted extensively within this design process. South Africa, in terms of its uniqueness, is not a homogeneous society, at the least in terms of culture, language, religion, tradition, but also in terms of history and the way in which science is conceptualized is incredibly complex within our society. And so the development of new scientific items to respond to these indicators requires a stringent process of design, of testing, and in terms of linguistic relevance and more importantly equivalence, this informs our detailed cognitive testing and item validation process. Now, these new items that I speak of, colleagues, are some things which we've not found in previous instruments from around the world. These look at individual behavior and motivation to contribute to positive societal change. This looks at issues of environmental policy, of social policy, and how individuals can, in fact, adopt behavior based on scientific fact that will contribute to positive scientific change. Public awareness and informedness around public science investments, government science investments, awareness of South African, in our context, particularly South African scientific discoveries, but also recognition of different knowledge forms, be these indigenous knowledge forms, Western knowledge forms, any sorts of global knowledge forms, rather than just a dominant view on textbook science as we've come to learn it. And then also turning our attention to a broader view of transformation, looking at transformation at science institutions, how we navigate this world from to a more engaged, a more public-focused, a more popular news, a more engagement-focused means of science dissemination, of science diplomacy, and of science popularization, in effect. And how do we do this from the very core of the national science system, which is at our science institutions? Now, much of these items are still under development. Dimensionality and psychometric properties will be examined within our item validation phase. And this is obviously one of many initiatives by the Department of Science and Innovation together with the Human Sciences Research Council, where we aim to close the loop, where we try to measure the impact of many of these national programs and provide feedback into what is essentially an evolutionary approach in a world that many of us are unfamiliar with post-COVID-19, in social layers that have become incredibly complex. We are trying to put instruments in place to try and measure that so we can understand where best to place our resources. And so the next steps, colleagues, is to complete the instrument development process, which is a mere matter of weeks away. We aim to identify an expert review panel to help us on this journey. And we therefore reach out to all our partners and colleagues towards sharing your experiences within your cultural context, within your regional context, so that you can share our experience and we may in fact learn from much of the investments you have made in the area of science communication and particularly science popularization. Our survey aims to be conducted in late 2022 and 2023, with initial reports being available in 2024. We definitely hope to share some of this work with you, colleagues. We hope that many of you will be in touch with us and share some of your experiences with us. And with that, I'll hand back to the chair in Russia, and I'm sure we'll make time for questions should there be any. So thank you so much, and back to you.
Виджей, я словом злоупотреблю своим правом модератора.
Let me again abuse my rights of the moderator. Just a small question. Did you have an idea to spread this survey beyond your country to cover other Brics countries so that we could compare the indicators between countries?
I think that remains an important consideration for us. International compatibility remains one of the key methods in which we are able to collaborate and share not only the intellectual work that we are doing at the southern tip of Africa, but also in terms of how we can learn and influence the measurement and the conceptualization of this public relationship with science in a more global manner. South Africa represents, like I said, a complex society, and so our initial efforts are designing instruments that will work and that are operationalizable within our context, but we are definitely open to collaborating. I think the purpose of our engagement with you today is to reach out and to shed some light on some of the partnerships and networks that we can build as we conduct this work, and as we are at the very early stages, it's an opportune moment for yourselves and for our colleagues on the school to get involved. So we do encourage that and we do welcome that.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Now, colleagues, this is the end of our session. Let me just very briefly summarize the session. Initially, we asked ourselves the question, why do we need science popularization at all for the society? And in fact, we came up with quite a long list. We will edit, but very briefly, why are we needed? Number one, first, we need to understand science and respect science. Second, people need to be taught to distinguish between true information and fakes. Third, in different situations, such as pandemic, for example, people should know how to behave properly and how to behave reasonably. Next, school students should be motivated to learn science in school, and we need the eyes to glow, we need them to be responsive to teaching. We need to create a global intellectual environment. And next, governments and parliaments should understand why science is important, why money should be spent on that. Next, taxpayers should know why their money should be spent on that. And finally, and there may be other points which all of us can think about during a short break, which we're making now. Thanks, everyone.
Добрый день, коллеги. Да, я модератор.
Welcome back, everyone.
Добрый вечер, коллеги. У нас с вами последняя сессия
Now we're
сегодня.
about to start the very last session for today. And the focus is very important, and that is regulation of science popularization. Why is it so important?
Была одним из ключевых элементов для
Popularization recently has become a key important element for industrialization and urbanization. Of course, you can bring a countryman to the city, but you cannot immediately turn that person into a high-skilled engineer or worker if that mind is full of myths. So popularization played an important role of training
Сейчас мы с вами живем
high-skilled labor. Now we are living in a post-industrial society, and it would seem that knowledge is absolutely available. You can go to lectures, you can read scientific magazines and journals. All possible formats are available. So what is the role of the government? Maybe it's just
Может быть, это
a
задача
civic goal. We are sitting here in the Russian civic chamber. Maybe it's just the matter of public. It's up to the public to popularize science. In fact, knowledge is changing and evolving. We know what Nobel Prize is given for. Maybe there's no role for government at all. These are questions we keep hearing all the time. But here in the Russian civic chamber, we insist that regulation on the government level is important for different reasons. For example, because knowledge evolves at such speed that an average person becomes lost, unable to distinguish between true knowledge and something which is artificially invented. So adapting to the speed at which knowledge is accumulated is very important. So this session is very interesting because it's designed to throw the light on the experiences of countries such as Russia, India, South Africa, and China, and we will see how these countries with different regulatory models approach popularization. I expect this exchange to be interesting and very much to the point. Now, I would like to ask my assistants to connect to Alexandra Borisova, who's Executive Director of the Communications Association of Russia, Science Communication Association. This is the person who created the chair of scientific communication. So Alexandra has always been consistent in approaching
научно-популярной повестки и людей, кто будет выступать.
Science popularization agenda. Alexandra, are you with us? Are you connected?
Да, спасибо, мы тебя
Yes,
видим.
we can see you.
Рассказывай.
So please start.
Rather the moderator, but I
Не, подожди,
guess
говори на русском.
more or
будь
less
параллельно
what
Please speak Russian. Speak Russian,
improvisable
please.
in the right mood. So first of all, I am very happy to speak here at this forum, and it's my great pleasure to speak exactly about this topic because I started my research exactly by this convenient coincidence in the field of policy of science communication in Russia in Brics contest some 5 years ago in Germany with the support of Humboldt Foundation. So I hope I have something useful to say, and I'm very grateful for the organizers that they gave me the word.
So let's try.
What I would like to tell is to give some general framework on how regulation of science communication can be done. First, in fact, the term that people use can be different. As far as I know, in Brazil and in Latin American context, the word science culture will be used, cultura científica, sorry for my bad Spanish. Instead, in China, in Russia mostly, we would use the term science popularization. Also using other terms like science engagement or science communication, but mostly we would speak about science popularization with a particular term, enlightenment, used in Russia, просвещение, yes. Instead, in South Africa, the term science engagement would be more appropriate, and you would see more it in the policy papers and in general discussion. So more or less, we are always talking about the same thing, science and society, right? But the term we use also reflects on, how we speak reflects on what we do. So science engagement would be more about horizontal connections between science and society. Science culture, as you can guess from the term, is more seeing science as a part of general cultural context. Science communication is quite a neutral term because, we communicate science and it can be done in different ways. Science popularization is more of a top-down approach. Not only, but it has this notion of translating from one world to another, and like popularizing means in a way a little bit banalizing, simplifying, right? So we see this difference between the language and the world of science and the lay public, how we speak about science, how we see science as citizens. And this also reflects on the way how science communication can be regulated from the legal level. Here, you would have two major approaches. One would be dispositive. So it's the way that the legislation gives the opportunity to communicate science, like open doors rather than obliges something. Or more like imperative, when there are rules and there are certain like stronger motivations to communicate science. So the first approach is realized mostly in the form of white papers, green papers, maybe some internal documents, like not really a separate document about science communication, but for example, as a part of science and technology strategy. This would be the case mostly in Brazil, as far as I know, also India, and mainly South Africa. And I'm really looking forward to the talk of South African colleague, because also in the previous session, if someone followed it, Dr. Vijay Reddy was speaking about very much evidence-based approach to formulating these policy papers. When you do surveys, when you do vast research on public opinion, to then understand how you give this opportunity to researchers to communicate. Instead, the imperative approach is realized more in the form of laws. So the law is something that you need to follow. It's not something that opens a door. It's something that prescribes the recipe, so to say, to do what you mostly must do. And what I find interesting is that when I started my research, it was back at the beginning of 2016, Russia barely had any policy paper about science communication. Doesn't mean that we didn't have science communication. Sure, we did. But it was more, do it yourself. And now we are, looking for our own face, because the first policy paper that appeared on this topic was at the end of 2016, and it was a strategy for science and technology development of Russian Federation. This was more this positive way. So inside of this strategic paper, general one, there were some points that were telling, okay, we need to have science more open to society. We want scientists to engage with general public, but it's, it's done in a form of a strategy. So we kind of we welcome scientists to engage with public, indeed. Recently, this year, a law on, now we call it Enlightenment activity, was confirmed by Russian parliament, that in the form of a law, it says how science popularization can be done and how it cannot be done. So the reality of Russia right now is that we kind of have both approaches. And my, let's put it this way, expert opinion is that both are not yet finalized. Now we will see how they can be implemented in real life and how the community of science communicators, of science popularizers, can operate under these approaches. That's why I think it's really, really very valuable, like infinitely valuable, to learn from experiences of colleagues from Brics countries, because we have in many senses different, but culturally different, but strategically similar contexts. And this exchange can be very valuable, I believe, for all the sides. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the talks of the next speakers. Thank you.
Спасибо, Александра. Было очень хорошее начальное вступление.
Thank you, Alexandra. That was a very good introduction, which has set several layers of meaning, from meaning to regulation. I'm giving the floor over to Oleg Nikolaevich, Oleg Smolin, Deputy of the State Duma, who is involved actively in popularization, a thinking person with a very opinionated person. And why don't you share your approach to what an effective legislation is when it comes to science popularization? What should be done there? Oleg Smolin, you have the floor.
Уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа, я позволю себе две вводных.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, two things. First, I'm speaking here on my own behalf, because during the enactment of well-known Act 8, Federal Law 85, I was a minority on my committee, and I'm going to talk predominantly about Russia, because I'm deputy of the Federal Assembly of the Russian Federation. And of course, I'm very interested in hearing about the experiences of our counterparts in Brics countries. Well, to begin with, in my view, Enlightenment activity is necessary, not only in an industrial society, but also during the transition to the post-industrial society, which I don't think we have arrived at, but we are moving towards it, post-industrial society. Why is that? Specialists in environmental sociology demonstrated, like 20 years ago, a very important contradiction. They demonstrated that in an information society, a person can become less rather than more informed than they used to be before, because information technology allows not only to deliver information, but also to spread disinformation. Let me remind you of the words of Alexei Ivanov, a well-known Russian author, who said that the internet could turn the society in a place dominated by mediocrity, which is a real problem. Let's open up the results of sociological studies on this favorite country of mine, and we see that the level of knowledge in natural sciences has dropped significantly. For instance, as sociologists used the European methodology to ask Russian citizens if they agreed that the sun was the satellite of the Earth, it was 28%, And during the next survey, it was 32% of the respondents who said yes, about 1 in every 3 persons. Very recently, the survey asked the Russian citizens if they were in agreement that all radiation had been created by humans. 44% said yes to that false statement. As during the pandemic, the citizens were asked if it was true that antibiotics kill viruses as well as bacteria. 34% said yes. I could go on, but the situation is very clear. 1/3 of the population of this country that used to feature a high level of education in science technology is functionally illiterate in natural sciences at this time. As for history, and I'm a humanitarian, that is even closer to my heart, as the sociologists asked the citizens if it was important to learn or know history, 96% said yes to that. However, about 1/2 of the Russian citizens didn't know who were our allies or enemies during the First and Second World Wars, apart from Hitler, and only 11% knew that in 1918 the provisional government was toppled by the Bolsheviks. Other people thought that the communist Bolsheviks toppled the Tsarist government. I can give you the conclusions by the sociologists that historical knowledge in Russia are so fragmented that most people can have no full-fledged understanding of historical processes. I could continue, but I will not. At last, when the sociologists asked citizens in various countries what did they think about astrology in Russia, 34% of the respondents said it was a science, and only 24% said it was a pseudoscience. To compare, I'm a patriot, but in the United States, astrology was considered a science by 5% as opposed to 60% of the population. And again, the problem of the reduction of the level of education as the information technology spreads and develops very, very fast. This is a problem that has stricken not only this country, but the globe, with every country having its own problems. Now, responding to some of your questions, should the state regulate the Enlightenment activity? My answer is yes, it should. It should mainly, but not directly, but via NGOs. Let me remind you the citation from Karl Marx, who said that the state should not be appointed a teacher. The state is in need of teaching by the people, and the same is true for enlightenment or education. In science, we badly need the measures of government support to organizations, public associations, or state organizations who would actively be involved in enlightenment or education, not the laws on limiting and putting constraints on educational activities or enlightenment. That is what I'm deeply convinced of. Dear colleagues, I would like to mention also that the red tape is a systemic problem of today's Russian education. According to the State Duma Committee, any educational facility in Russia has to fill in about 300 reports with 12,000 indicators, and the red tape is a total harm. The attempt of over-rationalization causes irrationalism. Instead of rational red tape, you get irrational red tape, and red tape is especially harmful in education. So as we try to impose additional bureaucratic restrictions on education, we are effectively killing its living soul. I'm not going to abuse your attention. Let me stop at this by saying 2 points of recommendations of the State Duma Committee on Education and Science vis-à-vis the law on enlightenment activity in Russia. Unfortunately, both recommendations have not been fulfilled or accepted by the outgoing State Duma, but the incoming State Duma still has a chance of putting things right there. We believe that the State Duma, the next State Duma, will have not one but two committees pertaining to education, the Committee on Science and Tertiary Education and the Committee on Enlightenment, because Enlightenment pertains to both committees that I mentioned. I think that the minutes of the Civic Chamber could include something pertaining to these two recommendations. Number one, the State Duma should hold wide parliamentary hearings or at least a roundtable discussion on the regulation of enlightenment. I would add, with the participation of the Civic Chamber or its respective commissions. Number two, a draft bill should be prepared and enacted on state support of enlightenment activity. Let me repeat myself. The modern Russia, as it is today, like most other countries, I think, although the other people are in a better position of saying that, is in need of a legislation on supporting, not restricting the enlightenment and education activity, because the level of education of citizens in an information era can get lower rather than higher. So the above two recommendations could help, I believe, to correct this situation in this country and maybe beyond Russia. Thank you for your time.
Секундочку. Олег Николаевич, большое спасибо.
Oleg Nikolaevich, thank you very much. I do hope that the discussion over what kind of education and enlightenment should be held not only here. We have a question from the floor. When the knowledge society is going to be operational? Well, I used to be their chairman in 2009 through 2013. It has been reformatted, that society entitled education, knowledge. Now the Russian society has been reformatted. Sadly, I'm not part of the new organization, knowledge as it's called, but being president, and since I was the chairman since the old Soviet times, I would like that society to become operational as soon as it is possible, incorporating very modern channels and techniques. This is all I can say for now. Thank you, Oleg Nikolaevich. And we're going to listen to the Indian experience now. What is the way of popularization of science in India is built? What are the national mechanisms? What are the problems and issues there? Oleg Smolin suggested to focus on providing support to public associations and NGOs. Should that be a focus of the state? What is the situation in India? And our next speaker is Parveen Arora, Department of Science and Technology of India. You have the floor, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Arora. You have the floor.
No, I think you're getting it wrong. This is Professor Shahid Rasool who's supposed to speak in this session. Yeah, greetings from India. I think you are getting it wrong. It's Professor Shahid Rasool who is supposed to speak in this session. And I'm here.
Да, мы слушаем вас хорошо.
Okay, you have the floor.
Очередность, но тем не менее
we are happy to be listening to you. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Can I share the screen? Please allow me to share the screen. Okay. Are you able to see the presentation?
Пока нет.
Not yet.
Are you able to hear?
Да, теперь видно. Да.
Now we see it.
Okay. Thank you so much. I must thank the organizers as well as my country, Government of India, for allowing me to be part of this important deliberation on science communication. But I'm afraid my presentation is not more on regulations, but it's more of understanding, the changing platform, the changing landscape of the communication platforms right now. And I understand there is limitation of time, so I hope I'll finish my presentation in 10, 12 minutes, which is I was told. And I have termed this as communication in the age of acceleration. Am I audible?
Да, вполне.
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. I have borrowed this term, age of acceleration, from the American author and writer, Thomas Friedman, who in his book, Thank You for Being Late, has defined the age of acceleration in which we are right now living, because there is an exponential growth in the microprocessor and the chip technology. There is an easy availability and affordability of cellular and mobile telephones. There are growing and expanding internet networks, and there is increasing bandwidth from 2G. Now there are talks of the 5G in most of the Brics nations. If we look 20 years back, we never heard of these terms like Uber and Ola and Airbnb and Oyo. Snapchat did not exist at that particular time, and most of the social media platforms that we are using now did not exist. And in 2020, Uber and Ola has become part of our life. You go out with your mobile in your phone, in your pocket, and you can take any type of the transport that's available. 20 million nights are being booked on Airbnb, and 10 million videos plus are available on Snapchat. And there are 4.15 billion active social media users right now, globally. Again, if we go back to 2000, we see that there were hardly 370 million internet users. Broadband users were just 60 million, and few mobile apps existed at that particular time. Come to 2021, you find that internet users have grown to 4.28 billion. Broadband users 2.3 billion, and 6.8 million apps are available on just 4 major app stores. If you talk about the Google and the Apple and the Windows and the Amazon, there are this number of the apps are available. In the year 2020, statistics say that 218 billion apps were downloaded worldwide. These are the the mobile apps which have been downloaded. And out of these, 21.49% of these were the gaming apps, and the rest, 2.32 are only for the books. So you can understand where, our audience is. Now, why is this all happening? This is happening because there is 98% decline in the computing costs, and there is a 99% decline in the storage costs. So today you can walk with a flash drive in your pocket and move around the world with all the libraries of the Brics nations in your pocket. So there is a greater improvement, in technology. There is easy availability and affordability and greater integration of new media technologies for the communication. If you look at India, let me give you a little bit of the data about my country. 1.37 billion, people live in India. And you can see from this graph that 78% of the Indian population own mobile phone connections. 50% of them are internet users, and there are 400 million, which is around 29, 1/3 of our population are, the active social media users. Then if you see in terms of the devices that the population in India owns, 91% of them have mobile phones, 90% have smartphones, and 62% have laptops and desktops and pads. Even 24% of them also have smart watches, wrist watches. So they are more tech savvy. So that gives you an understanding of how the technology operates in my country. When you see globally, if you go back to 2014, you will find that only 2.3 hexabytes were being used, billions of gigabytes, 2.3 billion of gigabytes were consumed globally. If you come to 2019, you find a whooping 36.5 billions of gigabytes that are being consumed. And an average person in the world in today who has a smartphone consumes 7.2 gigabytes monthly of the data. Now, again, looking at how the people are using their time on the media, 6 hours and 30 minutes are being spent by the people on the internet. 2 hours and 24 minutes exclusively for the social media. Then television has come down, it goes 3 hours and 4 minutes. That gives me an idea what is the pattern where our audience is, to whom we want to reach with the science communication. Now, if you look at this graph of 2018, you will find in my country from 13 to 34, that is the age group. India is basically a young country. Our median age is around 28.4. And this is the case with most of the developing countries. You find that 202 million people are available on the Facebook alone, one of the social media platforms. And now, who are these 202 million people? These are whom we call the digital natives, because these are the people who are born with the gadgets in their hands. And these digital natives are in great numbers in our colleges, in our universities, in our schools, and in our society, the young population. And they're dexterous in using the new media platforms. That is their characteristic. They are, multitaskers. They do many things at one time, but their attention span is very low. I mean, they get bored easily. But one good thing about them is they are not simply, the passive consumers of the media content. They create content. This becomes very important for us when we come to the discussion later on. How do we utilize, the talent that's available for the science communication? Now, if you see the attitude of the new generation or the digital natives towards the digital media, 79% of them believe that new technologies offer more opportunities than the risks. 77% prefer to complete their tasks digitally, and 83% are, they care about the data privacy. When you look at the old model of the communication, of the newspapers, of the radio, of the television, the conventional media, you see that, the print has already gone out. Most of the major newspapers in the world have stopped their print editions, and they are now getting into the digital or maybe the convergent style. Radio had lost its audience, but thanks to the FM, it has now come back, and the radio is now rejuvenated itself. And in India, we have this very strong, community radio setup which caters to small communities. So we can maybe utilize these FM radio stations or community radio stations for dissemination of science communication. Television as such, which was considered, one of the family medium, it had a centrality in the family. Everybody will sit around and watch television, has lost that control. Now it's no longer, the family medium. You don't have a mass audience now because television is got into fragmentation. Television as a medium is dying. In fact, we are working on a paper. It's a matter of time only that television will be declared dead as a medium, not the content, of course. Broadcasting is collapsing into what they call now narrowcasting. Now you cater to smaller groups and even small cliques, and reducing it further, you cater to the individuals. Our audience now apparently smaller in size, but has an inherent capacity to swell into something unimaginably big. Because in television, you were confined to the, to the place where you live. In today's world, our communication can reach beyond the borders. That's why the regulations may not probably help also, unless you put in place the firewalls and many other things, then only maybe the local regulations. But still, there is the possibility of permeating the information beyond the borders. Now, the new reality is this. This is a picture from, one of, India, maybe suburban area, where you can see the grandfather and maybe the great-grandchildren, all glued to their small new mobile phones and, smartphones, watching their own interest on this. Now, streaming is the new world, which is occupied by the digital natives and the digital migrants. Memes, or we say short films by ordinary citizens, are creating ripples at mass level. And it is overtaking what we used to believe, the prime time on the mass media like television. Our content will find its users provided we know our audience and use appropriate platforms for streaming. This is what we actually experienced during the COVID period. The people were looking for the information, and wherever that information was, in whatever platform it was available, people got it. So these new platforms, like YouTube and many other host of the OTT platforms that are now available to us for science communication, and we need to explore this new destination for the science communication. I am reminded of Bin Silberman, the co-founder of the Pinterest. She once said that the promise of technology is this idea that no matter where you are, where you come from, what you have done, your impact can be magnified all over the world. That's why, I again go back to the part of the regulation part. If you have in you, the zeal to contribute to the science communication, no border can stop you. You can magnify, yourself, your impact all over the world. What's important for us at this stage is to change our communication strategies. We can no longer, remain glued to what was there earlier. We have to think of new strategies. And I'm again, remind about the American industrialist Warren Buffett, who wrote once that you only find who is swimming naked when the tide goes out. We have not allowed to, this tide goes, because if the tide goes out, your nakedness will be seen. So we want to liberate ourselves from the conventional models of the communication. There is a message for all. We need to analyze and understand the requirements of the digital natives. Their tastes are different, their requirements are different, and we need to reach them in a different way. So to achieve this, I propose a three-step model to understand, to approach, and to act. That will allow us to remain relevant to the digital natives, as well as to remain relevant to ourselves in the years to come. Now, to understand first is, everybody says that knowledge is power, and knowledge is power. But in today's age, what matters more than knowledge is the clarity of the knowledge, what we call understanding. For that understanding, we have to ask different questions, raise questions for ourselves. What's happening around us? How does it impact us? How do we deal with it and stay relevant? Where do we land if we allow ourselves to be drowned in the wave of technology, because we have not allowed ourselves also to be drowned in the age of technology? We have to maintain some balance. To deal with digital natives, we need to navigate with a clear understanding of present media scenario to remain relevant to them and to ourselves. Now, coming to the approach, once we have understood the changing paradigm of mass communication, we are better equipped to approach the issue of the communication. I am reminded again of Yuval Noah, Israeli writer, Yuval Noah Harari, who says machine learning will be a real game changer. We are seeing robots, as news readers. They will tomorrow come and take all the roles that the human beings perform in the field of the communication. So, but this will also raise, as has been said in earlier session by someone, that there are social and ethical responsibilities that will come. The issues will crop up. The approach should be rooted in ground realities. It should be shaped by culture and social aspirations and navigated by digital technologies, because we have to respect the cultural and the social aspirations of the people in each part of the Brics nations. The approach has to be combined with accuracy, with empathy for fellow human beings, as irrespective of their color, creed, and color. So we have to maintain that wellness. The empathy factor has to be there. And then finally, we have to act. If we don't act, as Thomas Friedman says, we have to do things before things are done to us. Artificial intelligence, they say, is the new destination of the human history, or maybe the machine learning. Friedman suggests us to convert that artificial intelligence into intelligence of artificial, intelligence assistance. Opportunities for communication in new digital age are galore, but it all depends on our actions. Our actions have to be backed by a sound understanding and a serious approach. And I conclude with my last slide. We need to understand and accept the changing landscape of the communication, which is more digital, where lots of digital natives are there. We have to package science communication in a way that suits the characteristics of the digital platforms, because digital platforms have their own characteristics. And of course, the tastes of the digital natives, because their tastes are, they can't, listen to long speeches. They can't see the 3-hour videos. We have to present them this science content in small modules, and help content creation and delivery of scientific knowledge by the consumers, because our new audience, new target audience, our new digital natives, they are not simply the consumers, they also create content. So we have to guide them and help them to create the right content and put that on the right platform. For that, I think all Brics countries, they can think of introducing basic digital filmmaking course at the school level, so that the students right in the school and the colleges have the understanding of creating the content and putting it at the right place, and creating this goes a long way in creating the scientific temper. And I will rest my case here. I think I have kept the time also. I must thank all of you for giving me the time. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, профессор Шахид Расул из Центрального
университета. Thank you very much, Professor Shahid Rasool. This was Professor Rasool from Kashmir Central University. He's just described to us how this multi-layered and dynamically changing environment should be regulated. And so we should first make sense of it and only then try to regulate. In this respect, the next presentation from China is very important. Professor of the National Investment Strategy Academy, run for June, Professor, we would like to continue this theme related to communication, regulation of science popularization. Could you tell us, please, how this is done in China?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear experts and colleagues. Today, I will give a presentation to review the science popularization in China since the reform and opening up. My talks have four parts: historical development process, main achievements and experience, challenges, and expectations.
Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Yeah.
Да-да,
Are
теперь
you hear
слышно.
me?
Now, yes. Now, okay, yes.
Let's begin now. Good morning, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear experts and colleagues. Today, I will give a presentation to review the science popularization in China since the reform and opening now. My talks have four parts: historical development process, main achievements and experience, challenges and expectations. Part 1, historical development process. The historical development process of science popularization in China has consisted for main stages: the restoration stage, the development stage, the booming stage, and the comprehensive strategic upgrading stage. In period of 1978 to 1993, the science popularization in China was in the institutional restoration stage. The science popularization in China embraced the spring. In the 1990s, a series of policies and measures were issued to guide the further development. In the 21st century, with the whole source increasing understanding of science popularization, the targets has becoming more determined, and the legal system is getting better and better. For example, in 2002, the law of the People's Republic of China on the popularization of science and technology was issued. At the current stage, China has been entering a comprehensive strategic upgrading period in science popularization. On June 2021, the State Council issued National Action Plan for Scientific Literacy 2021 to 2035. This is the framework of national strategy for science popularization in China. In the graph, we can see several key parts: the state, motivation, government, initiative, citizens' demands, and the public participating. Second part, main achievements and successful experience. Here are 6 aspects of the experience. In the first one is the science popularization, mobilizing mechanism in which government promotes social participants has been basically formed. The institutionalization on the science popularization in China has received significant achievements. The second aspect is about the financial support on the science popularization expenditure. Since the reform and opening up, the total amount of science popularization expenditure has been increasing significantly. With the social economic development and the flourish of the digital economy these years in China, more social capital has been invested on science popularization. The third aspect is the construction of science popularization workforce, mainly including administrators, professionals, and volunteers engaging in science popularization. The fourth aspect is the development of infrastructures of science popularization. China's science and technology museums, science centers, and other infrastructures have developed rapidly. And look at this one, this picture of China Science and Technology Museum, which is one of the most popular national level science museum at present time. And this is the picture of Guangdong Science Center, which is the largest one in Asia until now. And this is the picture of Shanghai Science and Technology Museum, which is one of the most popular one in China. These are pictures of science and technology museums in the western region of China. The fifth aspect is continuous improvement of the quality of science resources and the science informatization of the mass media. This is the picture of the China Digital Science and Technology Museum. And this is the picture of the fossil website. The sixth aspect is the gradually formed social atmosphere of supporting the development of science and technology. The proportion of citizens with scientific literacy has increased from 1.44% in 2001 to 10.56% in 2020. And these are the part 3 challenges. The problems and deficiencies of the science popularization development in China can be categorized into 5 aspects. First, the strategic precision of science popularization needs to be strengthened. And the development of science popularization and scientific innovation is still unbalanced. And look at this one. In addition, the mechanism of transforming scientific achievements and science popularization resources has not been established yet. The development of science popularization workforce needs to be strengthened. Second, the effect of implementing science popularization policies needs to be improved. Third is the international cooperation in science popularization is relatively lagging behind and needs to be further strengthened. Fourth is the current science popularization systematism is still insufficient and imbalanced. Systematic construction needs to be further strengthened. Fifth is the lack of supporting for the construction of cultures of science, and the theoretical research of science popularization is still in need. So at last, I will talk about the prospects of the further development of science popularization in China. More than 40 years experience shows that the government's attention and promotion are the key factors for the development of science popularization. And the impetus of governments, we should enhance science literacy through international cooperation and apply open cooperation in science popularization from the global perspective. Form a strong joint force of science literacy construction by collaborative means and establishment of a long-term mechanism for science popularization. Revenge the information-based science literacy construction service model, and create a service platform such as smart science popularization. In this way, the further of science popularization in China will be more prosperous. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, господин профессор.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor. I have a question to you, but before asking it, I'd like to ask our online audience, colleagues, please, you're welcome to send questions into the stream. I will be reading your questions to the speakers. For instance, as I was listening to you, I couldn't but notice that you mentioned certain misbalances because of that phenomenal work in building popularization projects in China. We do see that the state managed to create a whole industry of science popularization among the population. However, the result was not exactly as had been expected. What was the reason for that? And my second question is, how other actors could be involved in popularization, such as NGOs or businesses, private businesses, for instance, because technology businesses are interested indeed in having highly skilled employees and highly skilled engineers, and they should also be involved in popularization. In other words, what is the balance between what the state does, the businesses do, and NGOs do about popularization? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And the first one, I would like to give more information about the reasons you mentioned now. And in 2002, I mentioned the law of the People's Republic of China on the popularization of science and technology was issued. It was the first time in China that the task and the nature of science and technology popularization, the management organization and the social responsibilities, the rights and the duties and the large responsibilities of organization at all levels were prescribed clearly in the form of the law. So it provided the legal protection to science and technology popularization in China. And after that, create departments issued some relevant policy documents, and many province, cities, and other regions also issued local science popularization regulations. All these form a national-wide legal system. So we can get these achievements in science popularization development recent years. And the second one, for example, I give for example, China Association for Science and Technology. It is the biggest NGO in China. Every year, we call it cost. I mentioned in my presentation. And our organization is affiliated to COST. COST is, I mentioned, is the biggest NGO in China at present. Every year, it organized many kinds of science popularization activities. And the biggest one of them are National Science Popularization Day. It was organized every year in the September 3rd weekend. And every year, about 3.5, and 2,000 millions, and more than and more Chinese people join this kind of activities. So in China, NGO play an important role in promoting the science publication development forward. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, господин Ренжун.
Thank you, Mr. Renju. Dear audience, do you have any questions?
Слышат ли переводчики? Вопрос следующий. Есть ли строка в бюджете?
The question is the Chinese state budget has a separate line item for science popularization? Thank you.
Может быть, это вопрос к коллеге из Индии, из университета Кашмир.
Maybe the same question goes to our Indian colleague from the University of Kashmir, if he's still connected. Thank you. Please, Professor, you have the floor. Is there a separate line item in the state budget in China on popularization of science? Thank you.
Немножко переключили. Хорошо. Профессор Шахид Расул, слышали ли вы вопрос?
Professor Shahid Rasul, did you hear the question about if the state budget of India has a separate line item on popularization of science, or maybe the state budget of Kashmir? Thank you.
Government of India has, what we call the Vigyan Prasar. The Vigyan Prasar mandate is, it is funded by the government with the taxpayers' money. The mandate is to popularize the science and create a scientific temper in the society, 1.37 billion population. So there definitely is a line budget. There is a separate budget. One is for the creation of the the development of the science and technology. Second is the popularization of whatever is happening in India and abroad, so that a proper scientific temper is created. There is definitely a budget. Hope I answered your question.
Да, спасибо, господин.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Professor. And we're getting back to China. Professor Ren Fushun, what about China in this respect? Thank you.
And my colleague mentioned in other presentation, and in China, financial support on the science popularization expanding is increased in recent years. And since the reform and opening up, the total amount of science popularization expenditures has been increased significantly. And I remember in 2017, the national level fund support were over 16 billion RMB, which is 3.4 times that of the of it in 2006. Government approaches at all levels and the special funds on science popularization were outgrowth dramatically in 2019. The national level fund support were over 18.5 billion RMB. I remembered. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, коллеги.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We have to wind up, but before we do so, let me ask my final question, maybe abusing my right of the moderator. I was a tourist in China. I'm very fond of China, and I can see the way the tourist business has been developing in China. The state first builds the infrastructure, and then private businesses make profits on the flow of tourists. Is a similar model possible in science popularization in China or in India? Because the question is how NGOs are going to make money for implementing their projects. Is it really possible? Do you have this practice in China or India where the government develops the infrastructure like they do about national parks or museums in tourism industry in China, but then private businesses come in to develop their programs and making profits on that? Thank you.
And I mentioned China government issued many kind of documents to increase the expenditure of science communication recent years. So I think this expenditure will be increased in the future gradually, and it's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, господин Рэнфуджун.
Thank you, Professor Rэнfujun. Professor Rasul?
Как в Индии это исключительно...
What about India? Science popularization, is that only government expenditure or NGOs can make some money on doing that? Thank you.
No, right now, it's basically the government which is pumping in a lot of money in science popularization. Of course, it is being done in tandem with the NGOs who are working for the science popularization. But most of the funding right now comes from the government. I mean, it's not that, anybody is making, any NGO is making money. But of course, the government provides the money to the NGOs to popularize the science. It's being done at different levels. It's, in collaboration with the universities, it's in collaboration with the educational institutions, it's in collaboration with different, media platforms that are available, be that print or electronic media. Now, there is stress on the social media also. But of course, the government spends the money in creating the technology, government spends the money in, doing the discoveries and the inventions in the science. But ultimately, it's, the private sector, the industries which come forward and, take it to the next level. The prototypes, of course, are being prepared by the government itself. And then the industry takes it forward and they make money also out of that. But so far as the popularization part is concerned, it's mostly the government of India which spends its money, and the money is not spent directly by them. They involve all the NGOs as well as the government and non-governmental organizations for this purpose. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, коллеги. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for your participation in this panel. It's been very interesting to learn from experiences from all these regions. We are closing up. The materials will be collected, and I hope we will continue to talk and mingle together. Thank you very much.
Так, насколько я понимаю, сегодня рабочий день закончен. Я не вижу... ну да, я имею в виду рабочий. Это уже за пределами рабочего дня. Спасибо.
Нет, но кто-то работает на фуршете, по-видимому.
Now I would like to talk about space that we have investigated and how we can use space for our purposes. I have some slides to show you, and I hope that you will see the images on the screen. Нет звука. So this is how the space looks like. Look at the screen. These are the main orbits of spacecraft that work for the Earth. This is exactly the space that we use in our interests. It is not that remote. It's just 1/10 of the distance between the Earth and the Moon. There's one particular application that goes beyond that, but I will cover that later. So this space, the part of space that we've used to work with is quite small. There are 3 main orbits at different elevations above the Earth, which are used intensively for practical purposes. The lower orbit, including the solar synchronous, the medium orbit, and geostationary orbit, 360 kilometers above the Earth's surface. This is the frontier of space that we have conquered and that we use for our practical purposes. Let's start from the lower elevation. The International Space Station orbits the Earth at about 440 kilometers. And there is this Chinese space station, which is under construction now, but people already inhabit that, about the same elevation. Mostly people who go there are scientists who are doing fundamental science. Just yesterday, a film crew was launched into space. This is a sensational fact. This is something new. So in the lower orbit, piloted space research was associated very much with state propaganda to demonstrate the strengths of the country that launched them into space. And secondary, it demonstrates the importance of science. But there are other applications as well. For example, space tourism, commercial research projects, which are only beginning now, and also space stations are used as space-based or orbit-based space launching pads. So far, it's not a commercially viable project, but at least you can start making money on that, which we cannot imagine 10 years ago. Space research is also associated with so-called spin-off technologies that were initially created for space, but then were applied on the Earth, like Teflon or Pampers. These are the novelties that initially were designed for spacecraft operation. Digital cameras is another example. Something that you have in your smartphone was initially designed for space flights, and then people found that it can also find application on Earth. Coming back to orbit, the most populated orbit is Sun synchronous orbit, the polar orbit. This is the one where you find all kinds of satellites that survey the Earth. Remote sensing or Earth observation, these are the 2 English terms that describe that. Essentially what they do is they just look at the Earth from above. This is not the mostly commercial viable operation as far as space research is concerned, but there are many spacecraft that operate in that area. Meteorological satellites also operate on the same orbit, and the same orbit also hosts telephony satellites. Satellite communication used to be a hope of the future. Now most people use cellular phones, but there are areas on the Earth which are not covered by cellular communication. So this is where satellites can help. And low Earth orbit internet is also an area which is developed on the same elevation. High-link and internet can rely on that, with the exception of the polar areas. This is a matter of future. Hundreds of spacecraft are launched in order to make this service available. All this is lower orbit. The next elevation, it's about 20,000 kilometers. Remember, we talked about orbit before, below 2,000. Mostly they operate at less than 1,000 kilometers. But the next elevation is 18 to 20,000 kilometers. Navigation satellites, GPS, GLONASS, Galileo, and others. Several systems exist, and they make navigation possible. A large number of services, such as taxi cab, delivery, matching services, all this navigation, all the Earth economy operates to a great extent thanks to this new data field that was created by humans, enabling us to have access to a new level of information so that we always know where we are on Earth. So navigation is something that all of us use, even though we may not be aware of that. And that is all space. The most commercially requested orbit is geostationary orbit, which is in the above the Earth equator. What is important about this orbit is that at this elevation, 36,000 kilometers, the satellites orbits the Earth at the same speed as the Earth rotates. So it takes 24 hours to go to complete the circle. So all the satellites will stay above the same point on the Earth's surface. This enables us to use satellites as a kind of flying aerial, like a TV tower, from which you can view the Earth. You can receive a signal or communicate a signal to a semisphere. At this elevation, it is very convenient to place meteorological satellites. This is what you can see in the intervals of half an hour from the Russian meteorological satellites. We see how clouds travel and how the Earth rotates. And this again is another confirmation that the Earth is a globe. So, as I said, in the geostationary orbit this is where this commercially available space ends. The only other place where you can find benefit from space is the Lagrange point. We can find several of them here. These are unstable balance points on the orbit around the Sun or the Earth. So the L1 Lagrange point is placed between the Earth and the Sun. It balances the gravitation forces of the Earth and the Sun so that the spacecraft can stay stably between the Earth and the Sun. So if we look at the Earth from that spacecraft, we will always see the lighted part of the Earth. And we can also see the Moon, the other side of the Moon, from the same Lagrange point. But if we always look at the Sun from the same point, we can prevent or see any events happening on the Sun, like coronal outbursts, the proton events which affect magnetic sphere of the Earth that can lead to problems with broadcasting and electric circuits. By observing the events on the Sun, we can predict something that can affect us on Earth. So the geostationary orbit is where is the boundary, the frontier. This is the end of the part of space which can make money. The Lagrange L1 point is the point of limit for deriving value from space. But there is also another point, which is about 10 billion light years from us, very far away. The quasars are located there, and they play the role of navigation points for GLONASS. Surprisingly, events that took place 10 billion years ago and placed 10 billion light years from us determine how fast pizza will be delivered to us, or how quickly the taxi driver will deliver us to the destination. And that is more or less all the space that we can use. The Moon, Mars, asteroids, the solar system is something that is yet to be explored and used for private purposes, for business. And this is what we continue doing and working on. Thank you. And by the way, maybe you have questions. I just thought, why not? I was told to keep within 20 minutes. Any questions? Thank you for this lecture. How many pieces of spacecraft can be placed in L1? And is it the only point where they can stay? Well, there are multiple units, there are multiple spacecraft, and in fact, they can you can place more than around the Earth, because this is unstable balance point, not a specific point in space. This is a point around which spacecraft can travel. And the difference may be hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If you look at this picture again, Lagrange L1 point is between the Earth and the Sun. L2 is placed on the other side of the Earth. This is a convenient place to locate space-based telescopes. And this is very convenient because the Sun is blocked by the Earth. So during 1 year, as it goes around the Sun, and the Sun will always be behind your back, so to speak. This is very convenient for astronomy. A number of such spacecraft are operating now, and there are more in production now to be launched. By the way, there's one Russian-made Millimetron Jameson Webber from the US is under preparation. Maybe it will join the others in half a year. But again, it's not a physical point in space. It's a part of space, an area in space where spacecraft make such dancing movements, which may look like a figure 8 from a distance, but the size of this figure 8 is hundreds of thousands of kilometers. And the probability of satellites collapsing is very, very low, much lower than on the orbit. My question to you, Vitaly. This year we observe unbelievable activity. Civilian astronauts suddenly go to space. Can they be called astronauts at all? And the second question, who is the next? And third, when can all of us travel to space? Well, first of all, whether or not to call them astronauts is very simple. Can you become a pilot after you fly an aircraft as a passenger? Probably not. So this is the same. For non-astronauts who fly to space, in Russian it is called space flight participant. They may go to space, but they are not certified as a cosmonaut or astronaut, and they are not awarded as heroes of Russia, even though they face the same level of danger or risk, because the astronaut is not awarded for just flying to space, but also for spending years and years in preparation. For tourists, do not run the same level of risk, actually. As for your question, when all of us can go to space, okay, maybe as soon as all of us become millionaires. It is expensive, in fact. Not everyone can afford that. Well, sometimes people do not feel like going to space after all. And also, space is a very complex area. Space equipment and space apparatus are very expensive and complex. When you take a flight, an aircraft flight, you have a starting point and a destination point. But if you go to space, you must return to the same point that you started with. So there's no other side. If you launch a satellite or a telescope, you launch it, then it works, and then you forget about it. You make a new one. Not the same with people. You fly from launching pad, and you must be returned to Earth again. This is why it is important for space travel. It is important to build cities on Mars, because for the first time we will have a destination point on that other side. So when your aircraft lands, well, let's say you go on a business trip, or you go lecturing, or visit your grandma, there's no grandma in space. Your grandma stays on Earth. You don't go to space to meet with her. So this is the problem with space exploration. This is why so few people go to space. It's still very risky and still very expensive. The more people go to space, the more technology will be developed. You know, if you only produce 4 pieces of spacecraft a year, it's much more expensive than if you produce hundreds of them. So space tourism is one way to make such flights more affordable, and maybe more and more people will be able to afford it after all. How is it different between training a professional astronaut and a space tourist? Well, it takes about 3 years to train an astronaut, and then they just wait for their turn, undergoing some other training and doing their experiments. When the first Dennis Tito, it was in 1999 or year 2000, the first space tourist went to space, as he said, the most important instruction for him was to touch nothing, not to push any buttons, not to touch any switchers. This was the most important condition for his safety. But of course he was accompanied by 2 professional spacecraft operators who did know what buttons to push. Now there are certain operations that can be trusted to such tourists, and when they end up at the space station, they not stay idle there, just looking out the window. They can participate in experiments. And every single tourist, by the way, who is the next? 2 Japanese will fly Russian spacecraft next month, in a few months. One will be there will be Russian cosmonaut, Misurkin, and 2 Japanese tourists. But they do have their program, they have their plans for space. Of course, nothing like a research breakthrough, but they can do something, they will attempt. And of course, you cannot stay 1 week looking through the window. You should, of course, take the most value from your rare opportunity to fly to space. Okay, maybe we'll have questions from online participants. If not, okay. You can write your questions in the comments. I will use my opportunity to look at them. Thanks again.